lu hay no la we da nang thai la wo mo lo yo nang rui a lu loi bam sin ni a rui zen mai bui nang tho gai
nè laptop
I'm hurting, baby. I'm broken down. I need your loving, loving. I need it now. When I'm without you, I'm something weak. You got me begging, begging. I'm on my knees. I wanna be needing your love. I just wanna be deep in your love. And it's killing me when you're away. Oh, baby, 'cause I really don't care where you are. I just wanna be there where you are. And I gotta get one little taste. You sugar. My broken pieces, you pick them up. Don't leave me hanging, hanging. Come give me some. When I'm without you, I'm so insecure. You are the one thing I'm living for. Be needing your love, I just wanna be deep in your love. It's killing me when you're away. Oh, baby, 'cause I really don't care where you are. I just wanna be there where you are. Gotta get one little taste. I want that red velvet, I want that sugar sweet. Don't let nobody touch it unless that somebody's me. I gotta be a man, there ain't no other way. 'Cause girl, you're hot in the night, Southern California day. I don't wanna play no games, you don't gotta be afraid. Don't give me all that shy shit, no makeup on, that's my sugar. spent the weekend getting even. Ooh. We spent the late nights making things right between us.
very good morning, everyone. Requesting everybody to please rise for the national anthem. Take your seats. A very good morning to everyone present here. As we all know, indigenous people worldwide possess rich, dynamic, and holistic knowledge system, often referred to as traditional ecological knowledge or indigenous knowledge system. These systems are deeply interwoven with specific cultural contexts, languages, spiritual beliefs, and relationships with the environment, the experimentations that takes place, the adaptation and innovation. While often marginalized or viewed as separate from modern or Western science, there is a growing recognition that these knowledge systems constitute varied forms of science understood as indigenous science. This international seminar, which is of 2 days, seeks to create a global platform for dialogue, exchange, and collaboration focused on the development and recognition of indigenous science that will explore the complex and productive interaction and intersection between indigenous ways of knowing, the methodologies of contemporary scientific inquiry, and the socio-cultural practices that embeds, transmits, and apply these knowledges within communities. The aim of the 2-day international seminar is to foster international dialogue and collaboration on the recognition, validation, revitalization, and development of indigenous science through exploring its intersections with contemporary scientific inquiry and socio-cultural practices. Therefore, on behalf of the Department of Social Work of the undergraduate section and the Department of Environmental Science, I welcome our Principal in Charge, Brother Sunil Brito, our esteemed speakers for today's inaugural session, Ma'am Medha Patkar, renowned social worker and activist, Ms. Ridhima Pandey, our young and promising climate activist, Shri Ramesh Bauri, President of SECA, who has given due information of his absence, our Vice Principal, Dr. K.P. Pallavi, our Dean, Dr. B.W. Nongri, teachers and student participants of different colleges of Shillong, and also of St. Edmund's College, and to each and every one of you, I welcome you all to the two-day international seminar on Indigenous Science Development, Intersecting Traditional Ecological Knowledge, Scientific Inquiry, and Socio-Cultural Practices. Thank you so much. To move forward with our program, I would like to invite Dr. Rosa Maulong of the Khasi Department for the invocation.
May I request that we stand, please rise up for a short moment of prayer. God, our loving Father, source of all wisdom and knowledge, thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for each and every single soul present here in this program. We are indeed grateful for all your blessings in life. Father, you have woven wisdom into the mountains and rivers, into the hearts and tradition of our ancestors. Bless this time of learning. Guide our administrators with clarity and compassion, our teachers and our resource persons with patience and light, and our students and audience with wonder and respect as we learn your wisdom in the universe. May every insight we gain honor your creation, and may our shared wisdom lead us to care for one another and for the earth. Through unity of mind, spirit, and purpose, let knowledge become a path of peace. I ask all this through Christ, your beloved Son, Jesus. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rosa. Now we will be having a welcome song from the students of the Department of Environmental Science. Students of the Department of Environmental Science. Thank you so much, students of the EVS department. Now I request the cadets of the NCC to please come forward. Moving forward with the program, I request the cadets to kindly escort our principal, Brother Sunil Brito, up the dais. Requesting them to please escort Ma'am Medha Patkar to up the dais. Cadets, kindly escort Ms. Ridhima. Now I request cadets to kindly escort our convener, Ms. Audrey Dolly, and our co-convener, Ms. Larihunjina, up the dais. Thank you so much. Now I request people who are up on the dais to kindly water the plant which is out here as a symbol of the indigenous culture. Watering of plants in many indigenous culture is seen as a living entity with its own spirit, and it is believed that humans have a responsibility to protect and care for it. For indigenous people, water is not just a commodity, but a language, a community, and a source of knowledge and law. Moving forward, I would like to invite our respected principal, Brother Sunil Brito, for his address.
So good morning, everybody. Let me wish you once more, just to wake you up. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that good morning. So, I'm actually the person who's supposed to welcome you, but it feels like you're welcoming me. So, as principal of St. Edmund's College, I extend a warm welcome to mainly our esteemed speakers that we are eagerly waiting to hear from, to distinguished scholars who are present here, community leaders, knowledge custodians, representatives of the government and civil society, faculty and students, to this very interesting international seminar on traditional ecological knowledge. Now, these 2 days we're going to hear a lot about traditional ecological knowledge, but personally have been at the very outset of this planning. I would like to say 3 points. And what is the first point? Very short points, and I'm going to end with sort of a sentence to sum it all up. So the first point, from my point of view then, because we're going to hear so many people on this topic, how do I see traditional ecological knowledge? I see it, apart from all the other bodies of knowledge that we are engaged with, I see that this very special body of knowledge is one that is extremely cumulative, intergenerational, and tested across centuries of observation and practice. And what we have as traditional ecological knowledge has been with us for 300,000 years of human evolutionary history. So, we may think when we're talking about traditional ecological knowledge is some sort of a nostalgia. You know, it's nice to talk about, traditional wisdom, etc. No, we're talking here about deep wisdom. We're talking here about genuine knowledge. It's a rigorous body of knowledge which has measured seasons, kinship, and sustainability. It binds ecology to ethics and our survival to our responsibility towards stewardship. We live in an era of climate change, or chaos you could say, and biodiversity decline, and in this era, this integration is extremely fundamental. So how do I sum up this first point? Traditional ecological knowledge is not yesterday's folklore, it is tomorrow's resilience. We need it for our tomorrow, to fight for our tomorrow, because it's disappearing from us. Point number 2, I come to a sacred land of Meghalaya and a sacred forest, which exemplify this paradigm. Our sacred forests are living libraries of trees, of whole ecosystem, and is protected by customary law and ritual taboo. Step inside a sacred forest, many of us have, and we will encounter a cathedral of orchids, mushrooms, and memories. So, how do I sum up the second point? When a forest becomes a temple, and for the people of Meghalaya, the sacred forests are temples, conservation becomes worship. The third point, another very beautiful collaboration of humanity with nature, are living root bridges. So these beautiful living root bridges in Khasi Hills and in Jankia Hills, how are they so different from, say, concrete bridges? They are climate adaptive, so we know sometimes bridges, they are built and maybe the very next day they tend to show cracks and then even collapse. But these bridges are very resilient, they're climate adaptive, and they're very low on carbon. The architecture is very low carbon. And another very beautiful thing is they strengthen with age. Other concrete bridges, they deteriorate with age, whereas living root bridges, they strengthen with age. And they teach us a pedagogy, the value of patience, because one generation creates it for another generation. So, the wisdom for us is here, bridges are not built like concrete bridges, they are grown. Bridges are grown, they are not built. So, to sum it all up, traditional ecological knowledge, number 1, is not yesterday's folklore, it is tomorrow's resilience. We need it for tomorrow. Number 2, when a forest becomes a temple, conservation becomes worship. And number 3, especially in this land, bridges are not built, they are grown. So St. Edmund's College here stands ready, along with all the colleges over here and your representation. We all stand ready to bridge academia and community, especially the larger community of life. We are very privileged here in St. Edmund's. You know, many people tell me it's very easy when we go up on Shillong Peak to know where St. Edmund's is, because you see the place which is full of trees, very high, huge trees and you know that's St. Edmund's campus. So, it's a beautiful green campus that we have. We are blessed over here, and it's one of the 100 green campuses of the country and the only one in the Northeast region. Welcome to St. Edmund's campus.
Thank you so much, Brother Sunil. On your talk, which you spoke beautifully on sustainability, conservation, the value of patience, and we should remember that bridges are grown but never built. Thank you so much, brother. And moving forward with it, I would like to call the students, where I invite Ms. Audrey D. Darling, the head of the Department of Social Work, to kindly felicitate Ma'am Medha Patkar, which will be followed by her address. Just a brief introduction of Ma'am Medha Patkar. Well, it is an honor, and I'm very happy to introduce her today. Well, Ma'am Medha Patkar is a distinguished social activist, a reformer, and advocate for human and environmental rights in India. She was born in Mumbai, Maharashtra, and holds a master's degree in social work from the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, where she later served as a faculty too. For over 4 decades, Ms. Patkar has been the forefront of several grassroots movements addressing issues of social justice, displacement, and sustainable development. She is best known as the founder and leader of the Narmada Bachao Andolan, or Safe Narmada movement, which has become one of the most significant people's movements in independent India. Under her leadership, the movement has brought international attention to the human and ecological impacts of large dam projects and contributed to major policy changes in rehabilitation and resettlement. Beyond the Narmada Bachao movement, Ms. Patkar is also the national convener of the National Alliance of People's Movements, an umbrella coalition that brings together diverse struggles of farmers, workers, women, and marginalized communities across the country. Her engagement spans issues of housing rights through the Ghar Bachao Ghar Banao Andolan, labor rights through the Shramik Janta Sangh, and environmental governance through her participation in the World Commission on Dams and other national policy bodies. Her outstanding contributions have earned her numerous national and international accolades, including the Right Livelihood Award in the year 1991, the Goldman Environmental Prize in the year 1993, and the Mahatma Gandhi International Award in 2021. And there are many which are not even there's too many to even put them in here, where her lifelong commitment to equity, justice, and participatory development continues to inspire scholars, policymakers, and activists across the world. Her work exemplifies the transformative power of collective action and moral conviction in shaping a more humane and sustainable future. From the St. Edmund's College, I welcome Ma'am Medha Patkar.
it's a pleasure and privilege to be here the first time in the state of Meghalaya. Although I have been coming to Northeast, long back to Manipur, to Assam and other states. But Meghalaya I'm coming for the first time, and I'm thankful to you all for giving me this opportunity to interact. Respected Principal, Brother Bitto, Dean Madam Lingbro, the Longbri, sorry, Pallavi ji, Vice Principal, who welcomed me yesterday late night, Dr. Jasmine of the Environmental Science Department, and Audrey, who really pulled me here up to this place, and also Ridhima, the youngest of the speakers maybe, whom I really am thankful. And to you all, my dear friends, this is a state which is matrilineal, so I can see the women's power here. And I salute you all. I'm also very much impressed by the theme that you have selected. As Sunil Brittoji rightly presented in short but very meaningful statement, it's very, very essential today to bring together the traditional knowledge. The invitation that I got did not mention ecological knowledge. So I think it is traditional knowledge of social, economic, political, not party political, but governance, and also ecological knowledge. That is being linked with scientific inquiry and development. Generally, you all in the state of Meghalaya belonging to various tribes, the Khasi, the Jaintia, Garo tribes, and you are the real indigenous of not only the state, but the Northeast in general. You know that traditional knowledge and the indigenous communities are many times considered to be away from development. And there is contrast or contradiction which is sensed and expressed. And they are called to be uncivilized many times. And I remember my experience when I went to present the Narmada case before the United Nations Human Rights Commission. When I uttered the word indigenous, the Consulate General from India stood up and opposed me in front of the audience and said that India has no indigenous people. India only have tribals. I started laughing, and the chairperson, who was a Libya chief, a woman, was very sensitive, and I said, Madam, he doesn't understand the Indian language. Adivasi is the word we use. What does it mean? It means the Mool Nivasi. It means indigenous. So I really, excuse him, but you must understand. So he sat down immediately. So listen, at even the world level, what is indigenous is interpreted in different ways. But the traditions which mainly belong to the indigenous communities, and although we have started agriculture about 20,000 years back, and centuries have passed with our humanity still living on this earth, and we celebrate the Earth Day, we celebrate the Water Day, and we celebrate Environment Day, and so on. But it is the traditional lifestyle and livelihoods which really have still retained to the extent possible And why is it a matter of concern? Because the forest, which is the green cover on the earth, which getting lost has brought in so many impacts, that without the truly impartial primary database scientific inquiry into what is happening to the forest, but not only to the forest, the land on which it is held on to, the rivers which are flowing with the streams perennially coming due to forest, and also to the hills and mountains, as in the northeast, Himalayas, Uttarakhand from where Ridhima comes, and everywhere including the Western Ghats. If we do not have that kind of scientific inquiry, we will not really understand what is happening in the name of development in this country and the world, and what is it that is faced as impacts, and who is facing those impacts, who are facing those impacts. It is therefore bringing these three things together in the theme of an international conference is something which is a great message to be given. And two departments of social science, Madam also comes from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, which I was a student and a member of faculty later on, and also the Department of Environmental Science is something which is also very, very relevant. Otherwise, the social work does not include the ecological issues and challenges that we have in the context of not just climate change, but climate crisis that is being faced. So my dear all, it is very necessary to understand what is it that is that traditional knowledge that is to be looked at. We of course know much about it from the research and the books written and so on. But somewhere in their life and lifestyle, in the economy as well as social region and regime, we are forgetting those things. Why? What is that knowledge? The real knowledge is about the relationship between humans and nature. When we, in any speech, define environment, we have to tell our students in the Jivanshalas, we have to tell the youngsters in all the colleges that I go in, that human beings are a part of environment. Environment doesn't mean only ozone layer. Human beings are also to be linked with land, water, forest, all living beings, including wildlife, including aquatic wealth, the fish, and also the hills and mountain ranges, including Himalayas to Satpuras. When we say this, how can it be that the human beings are not related with nature? Another aspect of the tradition is the relationship between human being and human beings, beyond all kinds of discriminations and divisions. Are we able to conserve these two kinds of relationships is a question that we must ask ourselves. When we ask these questions, we know why is forest being destroyed. First and the foremost, the contribution of forest is not necessarily known to those who are the development planners. Without forest, can a river keep flowing whole of year or even 8 months in a year? No. And the forest is lost, whether it is in the Narmada Valley or any river valley, whether it is in Uttarakhand. What is it that is happening? Since 1976, the people of Uttarakhand were mobilized and motivated by the persons like Sundarlal Bahuguna and Chandi Prasad Bhatt. And they were warning that when the forest is getting lost, these hills and mountains will come down. And now the landslides and slides are faced everywhere. And Uttarakhand, like a Himalayan state, is required to fight the battle against the landslides, against the destruction of the rivers, Ganga, Narmada, Namami Devi Ganga, Narmada, Namami Devi Narmade is said as political, social slogans. But what is happening to the rivers? The Mandakini, Bhagirathi, Alaknanda, all are filled more with the rubble that comes out of the building and constructions of NTPC thermal power projects, of the Char Dham projects, and so on. And now even a railway is taking place. It's filled more with rubble that comes out of the construction than water. And this is what was questioned and challenged and opposed by the real ecologist from Uttarakhand itself, like Ravi Chopra, who was the chairman of the Supreme Court appointed committee. But this scientific inquiry into why is Joshimath facing not just cracks in the houses but collapsing of houses is not yet taking place by those who are the decision makers. Friends, when the forest is lost, how would a corona-like virus be treated? Audrey was wearing a mask today morning. I told her that, remember, 75% of deaths are faced by those people internationally who were continuously wearing masks. And that was because the pure air giving oxygen was not dependent on. Now where does the oxygen comes from? It is from the green cover on the earth. It doesn't come into the plant directly or doesn't get created or manufactured by any machine in the world. So this kind of life-supporting contribution of forest, which really holds on to land, which really gives us oxygen, but is also a source of food, source of herbs and medicines that has been used over generations since the traditional, so-called traditional indigenous communities, is something that needs to be saved. Now their knowledge was reflected in their own lifestyle. They were living with those foods, those vegetables that came from the forest, the nature. Such a generous nature it is. Nadiya na piye kabhi apna jal, vriksha na khaye kabhi apna fal. ये हमारी रोज की प्रार्थना है नर्मदा बचाओ आंदोलन के कार्यालय में, क्योंकि ये हमको खुद को समझाना चाहिए. Their lifestyle really was reflecting this kind of generosity of nature and their respect for nature. And hence, All their gods and goddesses, their rituals, from birth to death, were related with nature. I cannot give the terminology that is used in the Khasi, Jaintia or Garo Adivasi communities, but in our communities of Bhils, Vilalas, Naikas, Ratwas, there is Gav Dev, village god. There is Bagh Dev. Tigers are also god. Leopard is your precious species also. But all these kinds of rituals where they prayed before the fire was not the fire which is now used in Manipur or any other place. That was the life support that they saw in the minor to major forest produce. And there was never robbery of any forest material because that would be considered as papa, as sin. And hence this kind of relationship, we helped them to save the rivers, save water. They had the knowledge of how to conserve this. Even fisheries never used the mahajal where they would catch the small fish. They would only catch the fish in such a way that the next generation will be left the resource for. They would store water through forest and keep the streams to tributaries flowing into the major river anywhere. And they would never pollute. There were no toilets. There were no sewage treatment plants. And with which today's communities are polluting all rivers with the sewage. There is no traditional technology that is used today. How much would I talk about each of the natural resources? Even land, shifting cultivation, was using the land in the best possible way. We are not against the settled agriculture, but that settled agriculture is also had the organic agriculture. All that they produced from the agriculture was the real culture of self-reliance. They would have all their food material from the agriculture itself. Least monetized, least marketized was the agricultural speciality in their life and livelihood and lifestyle. All this is lost today. What is happening to land use? Why is eviction taking place in Assam, the next door state? I do not agree with any ethnic conflict amongst the northeast states or the ethnic communities. The ethnic identity is same and a common one amongst all northeast communities, which we salute you for. And still the evictions are taking place because the socio-cultural practices are based on now the economic and political practices. The vision is changed of humanity, and in humanitarian values, which is the value framework in the Constitution of India, is now thrown out of the decision-making process and vision, the development paradigm. Because the land has become gold, and the land, the Mother Earth that you all referred to in your song in the beginning, your prayer is not only to be used for Bhumi Pujan, it is to be brought into the Manan. And that Manan will tell you that this land is also getting diverted, changing the land use pattern away from agriculture. What is it used for? The high-rise buildings, which I did not see that much in Meghalaya, thank to you all, even when I came from Shillong market. It was something little different, small shops. and mostly run by women, because it is yours as a matrilineal community, which we are proud of. But what is happening today? All over the country, the land use is changed, the land pattern is changed. That use pattern is changed because not only land, but land, water, forest, everything had become commodities. This was never in the traditional knowledge, never in the traditional lives. When this becomes a commodity, it becomes the support for the market. So marketization brings in corporatization also. Beyond communities, now the corporates are taking over. So everything that the corporates are creating, I was just touching these flowers and asking Brother Bitto whether it is natural or artificial. Now there is an advantage that the natural flowers that the politicians use for their programs, they throw away immediately after the program and they waste a lot. But how much are we valuing the natural produce that the green cover gives us is the question. And that you have in your beautiful campus, no doubt, retained. But the gardens cannot replace forests. And even monoculture forests cannot replace the natural forests, where there is biodiversity. Now that biodiversity was such a privilege to preserve for the traditional communities. And that's why they never really cut and sold the wood in the market. They rarely went to the market. There was a barter system. The salt which they did not create, even today they cannot. They would buy salt. They would buy some vessels, but many would be created from the mud itself. Although they were not potters, they would become potters. Although they were not builders and developers, they would build their own houses. And houses with what material? Bamboo, wood, mud, everything that was around the natural ecosystem as a part of it. And that was the basic housing technology which was taken up by Laurie Baker in Kerala. Now so much is talked about Laurie Baker's technology. We are building a house to demonstrate how the housing technology can be used without sand and cement. Why should we avoid sand and avoid cement? To the extent possible, little bit can be used, because sand mining is taking a toll of every river in this country. And illegal sand mining with no limits, illegal cement mining that is affecting communities and making our women in Rajasthan to fight and fight. Crushing and mining is taking a toll of the hills which are considered as pahad. The pahadi takat उन महिलाओं में है जो इसके खिलाफ लड़ रही है. क्यों? क्योंकि cement and steel production is one of the main reasons beyond less than thermal power projects to bring in the climate change with the carbon dioxide emissions. Many people do not know about it. Who will do the real inquiry into what is happening to each natural resources? You all, my dear students and the members of the faculty, it is up to you to send your fact-finding teams to Uttarakhand, to Assam, to Himachal Pradesh, where you will know what is happening. And then your knowledge of your own indigenous communities, which many of you belong to, if not all, will really be considered as the real basis for the next generation. Now, this scientific inquiry is also something which is a very challenging process. We never rule out the importance and value of science I was a student of scientific method also. Whether it is social sciences, natural sciences, physical sciences, or formal sciences, like mathematics, logics, computer science, and so on. Whether it is sociology or whether it is biology. No, I know that I'm giving very less time, but I will take some more time with all your consent. What is happening needs to be learned through science, but that can happen only if science is the process that is based on primary data and not just secondary data which comes from Google, which comes through artificial intelligence and so on. We merely need natural intelligence which belongs to the real communities on the ground. So this ground level reality needs to be inquired into. That will be scientific inquiry which will be verifiable. Science is to be the process which is to be not just verifiable but which is to be ongoing process which is considered as reviewable also. So going backward towards traditional knowledge? No. Going forward, as Brittoji rightly said, is also required that we go to the traditional knowledge. Whatever is retained till date, we must learn from it. We must learn their practices of building shelter that will save this country from the kind of calamities which are not natural calamities but human-made calamities, and also state-made calamities. State means government. What is their practices of health? They were walking hours and hours through the hills to reach and attend our meetings. We used to walk for 40 kilometers every day whenever we used to reach, we wanted to reach the place where the authorities sit. And that really saved them from the knee jerks and pains in the legs. And no heart attack I witnessed in the communities on the bank of river till very, very late. There was no corona patient in this Narmada river basin belt. Well, the Tehsildar was telling me, Madam, unko convince karo, you tell them to take vaccination, otherwise how will they be saved? I went and talked to the people and they said, Tai, we say Tai for the Didi, humko vaccination nahi chahiye. We cure our fever with jungle mirchi. And they did it. And they saved their lives through this. Otherwise, you know that even vaccines, which is a product of scientific revolutionary product, is considered as is something which is now bringing in number of impacts, and now the scientific inquiry is going on. And it is found that 7 types of vaccines of 7 companies were ruled out and banned, but those are the most used vaccines and the impacts are obvious. So even when the scientific process goes forward and it is claimed as progress, but it brings in mechanization, it brings in marketization, it brings in corporatization, and everything comes not from nature but from some factory or industry and the corporate units. Now we are all on the continuum. Not that we are not using the company products. Everything that you have around is brought from some company or other. But what is the impact? The impact is that the naturality is missed. It is profit over not just people, as Noam Chomsky called it, but it is profit over nature that is considered as development. And this is what needs to be challenged today, when the nature is also reacting, not just responding to the impact and encroachment upon the natural resources and the natural ecosystem. And that is what is being faced by so many people. But who are those who are facing? The Adivasis, the indigenous people are facing those. In Uttarakhand, those women whom you see, even in the guest house in Uttarakhand, I saw all the photographs. Everywhere in every guest house, we have the photographs of the traditional communities. Now even on the walls, whether in Indore or Delhi or Mumbai, you will see the photographs of those women who carry lot of burden on their head and climb down the hills and climb up the hills. And those are the ones belonging to your matrilineal communities also. But they are the ones who are facing the impacts. In Uttarakhand, which I studied in detail and so I am giving reference, there were 4,600 water sources. Because every stream, every small rivulet would become a source of water which was a life support. Those are brought down to 460 approximately, so 1/10. Now this is what is happening everywhere, wherever the forest is lost, the land use pattern is changed, and the mechanization has come up even in power generation. Now energy is a must for life, but that energy comes from the food, that energy comes as human energy, that energy comes from the sun, but solar energy also, when it becomes corporatized, it is a very different story. So renewable and non-renewable sources of energy is to be considered, no doubt about it. And that cannot be only discussed in Glasgow, in Paris, in Copenhagen. It has to be discussed on the ground. And this is what the Greta Thunberg, have you heard of Greta Thunberg? Who all have heard of Greta Thunberg? Just raise your hands. Greta Thunberg. Very, very few of you. When you are searching Google from the WhatsApp university that you are a student of, please read and know about Greta Thunberg. She is a great woman, a young girl. She has been questioning all this, what is happening in the name of development. Through the World Trade Organization, but every trader, every trading organization, and every financial institute that is supporting the trade and corporate is taking away the natural resources, whether it is land or water or forest produce, or even the agricultural produce, and then selling it back. Now this is exactly what happened in the British rule. They took the raw material from India. There was only one East India Company. Now there are thousands of companies, and with the globalization, liberalization, liberal towards the corporates who are given freedom from debt, who are allowed to have non-performing assets. So they take over land, but they don't use it. But they send the effluents from the industries. They earn, the billionaires are earning per day 1,000 to 1,600 crores per day. I will not take names. You read from, starting from A, and you will get number of industries with names starting with A. And then what happens? Who suffers? The livelihoods suffer. Now the livelihoods which were earlier based on the resources around, and the community was the real unit of development planning, that whole thing is changed. So people look around and go away as the panchi ud jate hain na, वैसे in search of jobs. They never think that they can get their own livelihood. Livelihood is a very major word. It doesn't mean only job to earn money. It means that gives you the basic needs fulfillment and also some earning with some little bit of monetization. But now that kind of livelihood is under attack. And the employment generation on one hand, jobs on one hand, and jobless growth on the other is something that there is a conflict of views and ideologies that is brought up across India. Now when this is happening, the traditional knowledge about the medicines, We know that in our community, even the fractures were cured. And you have some sessions on that. Very good aspects and themes you have chosen, Britoji, for the various sessions till tomorrow. That is very, very important. But to study all this, the scientific inquiry is needed. But scientific inquiry cannot really be done without the proper vision, goals and objectives. What should be the objective and goals of our scientific inquiry? What is it that you will go as a fact-finding team and find out? Find out what is the difference between the old practices and the present situation. And what is the difference? And what are the new impacts which have come up? Has it really given us economic development? Read Article 39 in the Constitution of India. It says that economic development of the country should be such that the property should not be in the hands of a few. Exactly that is happening against the article, which is a directive principle to be followed. And the laws are changing. I will not be able to do that, but you have some people from the law college also. You must learn how the laws are changing. That is the social economic practices changing. And why is it changing? Only to benefit those who earn, but we don't gain out of it. All over the traditional communities, as you call it, but indigenous people who have to have the basic right to the natural resources around them have to fight the battle. Your state is one of those 4 states which are the 6th schedule under the Constitution. SC and ST communities have the 5th schedule to protect peace and good governance as per the Constitution. But why are the Ladakhis required to fight for the 6th schedule? Because the Pashmina cannot be created unless there is a grazing land. They cannot save the glaciers which are coming down with the temperature going up already beyond 1 degree, and if it goes to 2 to 2.5 degrees, 1,500 scientists since 2007 are warning that the whole humanity will be lost. Not just the crop here or the river here or the hill here, but the humanity will be lost. This kind of a serious situation, which is discussed in the international summits, but not taken cognizance of at the ground level, is something that really is challenging all of us. My dear friends, therefore it is necessary that we all must take up the scientific inquiry. On one hand, to know what was the lifestyles and livelihoods of this. They were walking and now people are doing the morning walks. They were using their human energy, and that is how even the old Adivasis, 80 years and 90 years, are coming down the mountains, having bath in Narmada and then going up. And the governments are not concerned about using the water as a reservoir in front of their communities, in their doorstep, to be used for taking to the hills and mountains. They want the water to be taken to the cities and megapolis and so on. So please consider how the destruction is also because of disparity, inequity. So the life of the traditional indigenous communities was full of self-reliance on one hand and equity on the other. And that was the basis of justice that was saved and promoted. Today exactly opposite is happening. There is so much of inequity that the migration is taking place. Your people from Northeast are traveling. The people from Uttar Pradesh and Bihar are traveling. During the Corona time, we had to block 10 railway stations in Maharashtra to compel the police and the labor ministry to send them through the trains. until late night at 11 o'clock. Because they were not even allowed to go back. Laws are bypassed. Interstate Migrant Workmen's Act is of 1979, but not cared for. So all this is faced by those who are not the contributors to climate change, whose lives are simple. So the simplicity is also another special characteristic of these indigenous knowledge. And in order to learn from that, we have to learn the cause and effect relationship whenever there is so much of critical calamity happening everywhere. Otherwise we just weep when we see it on the computer or on TV or on WhatsApp, but we don't do anything. That is not permitted. We cannot remain silent. But why are people remaining silent? Because how to retain and value this indigenous knowledge is something that is challenged by the governors, by the rulers, and that is based on something else, which is changing the socio-cultural practices. Peace has been the part of the lives of the traditional communities. There were some conflicts here and there, but conflict resolution also had a different system, because they had a different system of governance. Beyond 6th schedule, beyond 5th schedule, there was the community level governance, Gram Swaraj, which we are thankful to whom? Mahatma Gandhi. We cannot forget it, because that is reflected in the constitution. As late as in 1992-93, when the article came up, yes, 5 minutes I'm given, I will finish. Article 243 and 244, do read it. Every community, whether it is an urban slum locality or whether it is a village community, should have the right to plan their own development. Without this decentralization, which was also a special characteristic of the communities which are considered as indigenous, without that we cannot change the development paradigm which is bringing in climate crisis, but also is in the hands of those who are using casteism, communalism, and all kinds of discrimination. Why is that? That gives different kinds of benefits. Manipur violence is not only amongst Meitei and Cookies. I was in Tihar jail during one of our peaceful struggle on the Jantar Mantar, and Cookie students also were sent to that jail, and I had a good opportunity to talk to them. Cookies are challenged by making another community Adivasis, because the minerals under the Cookies land are the basis of various memorandum of understandings with the corporates which have been brought in since 2017, and Cookies were not ready to give their land. They had the ethnic identity, but also identity with relationship between nature and themselves. Now this is broken. So all this commodification, marketization, corporatization, which is also globalized now. So we are based on the import-export policies, and the agricultural produce now with the new agro-business policy is going to be brought from various states, but especially America. 47 company chiefs came to India during the Code of Conduct period and entered into the dialogue, which has now led into the policy where the dairy products will come from America, the pulses will come from America, the grains will come from America. Now in our each community in the Sahyadri Satpura hills, there were 20 crops taken, millets, which have now been purchased in the supermarkets by the rich people, but otherwise the general food is bypassing the millets, which are most healthy nutrient products. So everything that is changed. Adivasis were rarely using oil and spices. I was happy today that we were served with the vegetable which had no oil and no spices. How come that not be healthy and nutrient? That is healthy and nutrient. So this traditional knowledge needs to be saved, which is given to us by Birsa Munda, Tantya Bhil. I don't know the freedom fighters from this region, but we celebrate their Jayanti, their Punyatithi, their death anniversary, birth anniversary, but what was their whole vision? Their vision was of equity, justice, sustainability, and saving nature, saving earth, and saving humanity as well. So this is what needs to be the basis for development planning. And development is not just earning and profit. Development means fulfillment of needs of every human being. When our women are still lying on the footpaths of Delhi, when I travel in an auto, I see how they lie there with the wet gaddis, even in the rainy season. They have no place to go. Similarly, the evicted communities from Assam are lying in different kind of sheds with the tarpaulins and tins. So the housing technology needs to be changed, the food technology needs to be changed. Every technology is to be chosen properly out of the scientific knowledge. We are not ruling out every technology, but unless we learn about the scientific analysis of the environmental but also social impacts, economic impacts, which comes and reflected into the social, cultural practices, we will not be able to save ourselves, save earth, save nature, and really be sustainable and just humanitarian approach, which will only be saving the next generation. So this is the Mahashweta Devi from Bengal, you know about her. She has said that the real democracy is such where there is participation of the exploited, oppressed and deprived communities. And this is possible to save our democracy if we have the indigenous people not to be considered encroachers and remove them and take over their land, take over their forest, destroy it because there is coal or there is diamond under the forest, or some people want to build new houses on their land. It is only possible to save our democracy and the constitutional values of these equity and justice and sustainability and socialism, that if we have the relationship between humans and nature and human beings are created. That will only stop the violence that is happening. It is violence with nature, it is violence with human beings, which is horrifying, which is heartbreaking, and only this integration of the three things that you have brought into the theme of this seminar will be the real path towards the truly sustainable and just development. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for reminding us that we should be proud of our own ethnicity and the importance of scientific inquiry, the traditional lifestyle and livelihood that we follow. In the future, it might be the bank of knowledge. Moving forward with the program, I would like to invite Ms. Ridhima Pandey to kindly felicitate Ms. Ridhima Pandey.
They are not put the bottled water here. You see, the bottled water is purchased from the government for 55 paise per liter. As per my reply got under RTI, right to information, and sold for 20 rupees. And the agriculturists are not getting the minimum support price. So the suicides are taking place at least 30 per. Let's see what is.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Ms. Ridhima Pandey, a globally recognized youth environmental activist from Haridwar, Uttarakhand, India. At a remarkable age, Ms. Pandey has become a strong and influential voice in the global movement for climate action and environmental conservation. She was one of the 16 child petitioners, including Greta Thunberg, who filed a landmark complaint to the United Nations against several countries for failing to uphold children's rights in the face of climate change. Ms. Pandey has represented India and youths worldwide at numerous international conferences and panels, including those organized by the United Nations, University of Columbia, and French Embassy in India. She has also attended the Earth Day celebration in Rome as a protagonist of the YouTube original film, The Letter, which featured an audience with His Holiness Pope Francis. Her outstanding efforts have earned her several prestigious honors, including the Sanctuary Asia Young Naturalist Award, Earth Day Network Rising Star Award, and the title of Favorite Environmentalist at the Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Award. She has also been featured in BBC's 100 Most Influential Women, Forbes Vision 2020, and ELLE's 100 Women Change Makers. Ms. Pandey continues to inspire millions through her initiatives such as Saal Bhar Saath, a campaign for clean air, and through her participation in global dialogues promoting youth-led environmental action. We are indeed honored to have such a passionate and courageous young lady with us today. Please join me in welcoming her, Ms. Ridhima Pandey, to address the meeting.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank you all for being here, and I would like to thank St. Edmund's College, Brother Sunil, for giving me this opportunity, and I cannot express how honored I feel right now to be sitting next to my idol, Medha ma'am. I started my journey back in 2017, and since then it's been almost 9 years, and throughout those 9 years she's been an inspiration. I think not only just for us as activists and conservationists, but for everybody, those who care and those who really feel about the nature. And to be able to hear her in person today, it is really, really a huge pleasure, and it's a great honor for all of us. Thank you for being here, and I would like to start by saying that it's been 9 years since I started my journey. I come from a land, Uttarakhand, which Medha ma'am talked a lot about. And I would say when we talk about indigenous communities, when we talk about our indigenous beliefs and everything, we're busy finding solutions of climate crisis. We're busy finding solutions to what's happening to this world. But somewhere or the other, in this rat race of running forward, catching up with the world and everything, we're not taking the time to look back of what was already with us throughout this time. You know, we are getting, whether it's the corporates or whether it's the government, they're giving us a ticking time bomb which is very nicely gift wrapped, and all of us are busy admiring that gift, not realizing that there is a ticking time bomb inside which will only impact us, not them. When we talk about indigenous rights, when we talk about indigenous solutions, it's very simple, it's very practical. What the solutions that the leaders give, that many people give on international platforms today, is something that we in India have been practicing for many years. You know, whether it's using the buckets, you know, earlier we used to have steel buckets. Even where I live at my great-grandparents' house, they still use steel buckets, you know. It's a very common practice, having steel bottles, using steel glassware and, you know, all those crockeries, not the fancy ones. So where did we get those ideas of using plastic and everything? We live in a world where
we follow trends. All of us here are from a generation, majority of us are from a generation where we like what's aesthetically pleasing, we like what's trending, we like what everybody in the world is using. I want that because that other person is using it. I want this because this person said it's good. But we do not realize what we have already is sufficient for us. Coming from Uttarakhand, indigenous people have been fighting for our forests, for our rights for a very long time. In Uttarakhand, do you guys know about Gaura Devi? How many of you know about Gaura Devi? She is a woman, indigenous woman from Uttarakhand who fought for the rights of the trees, alone at a time when women were not given that much importance, there were not much talks about it. And that was the point of time when she, not only just her, but all the women from our community, they stood up for the forest, they stood up for the trees, and they made sure that they are not being cut because they treated them as their own. Because they feel that they belong with the trees and with the forests. We have somewhere forgot the sense of belonging. We're neglecting the fact that we coexist with the environment, that we coexist with the nature, and that it's not a byproduct for us to exploit just because it's been preached by people, those who are getting profits. We're building dams, we're building big roads, all-weather roads and stuff. We're blasting the mountains, the Himalayan range. We're cutting the trees and we're terming it as development. But is it really a development? Is it really taking us forward? When we're losing our roots, when we're neglecting what we truly are and preaching what's not even ours. We're running in a race where we do not know what the finish line is. We're working towards something which will never give us pleasure, which will never give us peace, because that's not what we truly want. Understanding that whether not only just in Northeast, but in entire India, that indigenous communities have taught us a lot, whether just now, as Medha ma'am was talking about COVID-19 pandemic as well, or whether it's our cultivation, it's our agriculture, or whether it's the medicines that we get from the nature, from the trees. It's all something that was practiced by the tribal communities for years that we have, but we simply neglect it just because it's not something that's been preached by so-called peoples, those who are getting the profit. What is our benefit in destroying what is basically making us sustain on this planet? There is no profit in running in a race which does not give you any profit. Conserving the biodiversity, conservation. We're talking about conservation now, but it is something that was ingrained within our communities for centuries. I come from a community, I come from a state where trees are considered sacred, where we treat trees as gods, where we treat rivers, where we treat rivers as gods. But are we really giving them the status of gods? We're putting the waste of our STPs into rivers like Ganga, and then after putting all the rubbish, all the garbage, everything into the river, we go on saying slogans that Ganga Hamari Maa hai. But are we really giving it the respect that it really deserves? In today's world, we are not understanding the importance of what we truly have already. We need something that was not something which we really wanted or which is really desired. Tribal communities, they've taught us a lot already. Yet, tribal communities are the ones most impacted by climate change. Those who are marginalized, but these are the communities, those who are fighting on the forefront for the forests, for our lands. But what are we giving them in return? We simply do not care, because we believe that a tribal community, that a community, local community that's living in the mountains in Uttarakhand is fighting for their forest lands, and me living in Delhi. How is it connected? Why should I care? We should care because simply each and every single tree disappears from this world, so does all of us will in the coming future. Trees, it is basic thing that we've been learning, that we've been taught since childhood. Trees give us oxygen, forests give us oxygen, and it is because of the trees that we sustain on this planet. But we're forgetting those beliefs, we're forgetting what we've been taught for so many years, because we're simply getting blinded by the profit that is not even benefiting most of us. We live in a society where majority of the people, those who get the profits, are making this world, those who are ruling the world, and us as common people, we're not coming up together, standing up together to raise voice against those who are destroying everything, getting the profit, but in return giving us nothing but destruction and struggle. Indigenous communities, we all belong to those communities, and standing up for them is something which is really needed, which is really important. Gandhiji has a saying of be the change you want to see in the world. But is it really happening? Are we living peacefully? Is everything that's happening in the world today giving us any peace? Is it giving us the sense of belongingness? To me, it is not. And it is very important for us to realize that we all must come together as a whole and start talking about protecting our biodiversity, because it is because of the biodiversity that we sustain on this planet. While we were making the film The Letter, I got to meet an indigenous leader from Brazil. He told me that he is the chief of his village, he is the chief of his community, and while they were fighting against the big corporates to protect the Amazon forests, there was a day when he was just going around his village, and suddenly his vehicle was stopped by a huge mafia. He was beaten up simply because he was standing up for his people, simply because he cared for something which makes him sustain on this planet. But did many people care about him? Did many people care about his struggles? Did many people care about his sacrifices? We do not give importance to those people, those who are on forefront, struggling and doing their best, simply because we've been taught that it's not something that's very important for us to continue working on. Working on climate change, raising your voice and standing up for what is wrong is really important. People may think, you may think that what can I do alone? And when I started my journey, I felt the same. Being a 9-year-old, what can I do? How much can I do as a single person? But imagine if everybody thinks the same. How are we going to fight against those who are destroying our nature? A single person alone, if confident and if doing the things in a right way, is very powerful. If I would have thought that I cannot change the world simply because I was a child, I would not have been standing here in front of you to be able to sit next to my idol, to listen to her and to be able to address all of you on the importance of environment. This is a topic that we should not be discussing in the first place, because this is a very simple common knowledge that we must respect the nature, that we must respect the biodiversity, that we must respect what makes us sustain on this planet. And it is very clear, it has been mentioned in the book Laudato Si, written by Pope Francis as well, that we must all come together to protect our common home earth. And in order to do so, we have to realize that it is high time that we've been sitting at our houses believing that somebody else will bring the change. You must be the change you want to see in the world, and standing up against what's wrong is what is needed in today's world. Being fearless and understanding that if I am not wrong, I can alone change this entire world. And once you stand up, there would be countless of people standing behind you. And one way or the other, you must take the first step, and the rest of your journey will be determined on its own. Sitting here, what really is important is not listening to what I said or what Medha ma'am said or what has been taught for many years. What is really important for all of us is to understand and is to take it to our hearts. That what do I do? Why do I do this? What's the importance and understanding and realizing that I simply cannot sustain without forests. I believe you all have heard this many times, that for a single tree that I cut or the government cut, we plant thousands. For 10 we plant thousands. For thousands we plant millions. But you cannot justify cutting down and chopping down years of old forest that's not only just trees but as emotions, as livelihood for many people, and saying that I will plant these many saplings. You cannot compare a knowledge. It is as simple as I cannot compare myself or I cannot compare my 9 years of journey to the entire journey of Medha ma'am. The kind of wisdom that she holds is not something that I have yet. And yet we're preaching that I will plant these many saplings for these many trees that I cut. Just think about the survival rate of those trees, those saplings, how much efforts would have to be put in for those trees to be nurtured, to become a fully grown tree, to give that much amount of oxygen that tree that was cut used to give us. We simply cannot make excuses just to earn profit. Realizing what our basic needs are and then understanding that what the world is preaching today is simply taking us towards our own destruction. You've heard a lot today, and what I want all of you to do is take a moment. I want all of you to close your eyes. Imagine you're in a place that's green. Imagine you're in a place where the air is clean. You can hear the birds chirping, you can hear the birds singing. You can hear the river flowing, which is clean. You are in a community where people respect the nature. You are in a place where young people are not anxious of dying because of a crisis that they did not contribute to. Take a deep breath and now slowly open your eyes. What you envisioned and imagined right now is what all of us have to fight for. And for that, all you have to do is take a step forward. It is as simple as that one finger alone is not as powerful, but if I combine all these 5 fingers and make a fist, together united, we can change this world. And all you need to do is realize the importance of your voice and realize how powerful we all can be if we all come together. Hence, think about why is it important for you to take action, and realize and understand that together we can change this world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ridhima, and for starting a tiny spark with your words. I hope that it will turn into a fire where our young friends will start thinking about saving our home that is called Earth. Thank you so much. Well, we've come to the end of the program, and on behalf of the Department of Social Work, BSW, and the Department of Environmental Science of St. Edmund's College, it is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks on this occasion. My heart fills with lots of gratitude and respect for our esteemed speakers, Ma'am Medha Patkar and Ms. Ridhima Pandey, for not only sparing their invaluable time for us, but also for enlightening us with a commendable talk on their knowledge, expertise, and experience relating to our theme of the 2-day international seminar. You have indeed shared your best efforts to make this program unforgettable. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to thank the torchbearer of our college, our respectable Principal Brother Sunil Brito, for leading and inspiring us in working towards our goals. We are always thankful to him for his support. Thank you so much, brother. And not forgetting Dr. Rosa Maulong. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your invocation in today's program. Well, this vote of thanks would be largely incomplete without expressing my gratitude to the different colleges and students present here, participants and paper presenters, colleagues, and my dear students. Thank you for your patience and for being here with us today. And I sincerely apologize if I have missed out on anyone. Thank you once again to you all. Have a good day ahead. Requesting everybody to please rise for the college anthem. Thank you so much. This is just a small announcement requesting the participants from different colleges and paper presenters to kindly come forward for a group photograph, which will be followed with the teachers. Yeah, the teachers, the organizers of the seminar. NCC cadets, please kindly come up.
starting with technical session 1 for the auditorium. And with me we have got 2 judges. My dear friend Dr. Eros is there from Department of Botany, and Jacinta is there. So there are 5 presenters will be there in this session. So both online and offline. So I request all the presenters to stick to time for 10 minutes, 8 minutes for your presentation and 2 minutes for discussion. So please stick to the time. So with this we can start with the first presenter, that is Mr. Anugraha Pandey Lepcha. Are you there? Mr. Anugraha Pandey Lepcha, are you there? Okay. So we go to the next one. Gelmit Lepcha, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, so you can start the presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Janet Lecture. This is scholar, Department of Political Science, near Shillong. And I'll be presenting my topic on recognizing and valuing indigenous knowledge practice by lectures in Sikkim. Sikkim is a Himalayan state vulnerable to natural disasters, including landslides, flash floods, earthquakes and glacial breakouts. Sikkim is situated in a highly seismically active zone, Zone 4. This event caused numerous fatalities and extensive damage to infrastructures such as houses, roads, schools, and hospitals. Sikkim needs innovative and sustainable policies to manage its environmental risks. The lecture community relies heavily on indigenous knowledge passed down through generations. This strong bond with natural environment has resulted in development of valuable practices such as detecting foul, muddy odors as early warning signs of impending flash floods, landslides, building resilient bamboo bridges, constructing earthquake-resistant homes with local materials, and utilizing Isololea maxima, also known as broom grass or tiger grass, to help prevent and mitigate landslides. Muddy odors can serve as the early indicators of imminent flash floods. Yes, on June 27, 2020, heavy rainfall over the days led to a significant flash floods in Pasingdang, Jeongu, North Sikkim. The flood caused substantial damage to houses, public property, schools, and livestock. Fortunately, there were no human casualties and residents quickly evacuated. Before this incident, there was continuous rainfall for more than 2 days, and prior to the flash flood, strong muddy odors spread across Limthim, a few kilometers above Pasingdang, prompting people to evacuate livestock from near river streams. This is the photos of flash flood at Pasingdang. I spoke with some locals in Limthim. One person, mother, called him urgently, warning him to return home immediately as heavy muddy smell filled the air in the village. He hesitated briefly but then drove away quickly, crossing the river swiftly. Suddenly a massive flood hit the village. He arrived home trembling with fear. His mother explained that the muddy odors often serve as an early warning signs of impending flash flood. I spoke with residents who said their grandparents had warned them about flash flood in the area. However, the construction of the roads in the village may have worsened the situation by disrupting the river's natural flow, which contributed to the flash floods in low-lying areas. Constructing resilient bamboo bridge. On 4th October 2023, a glacier-led outburst in North Sikkim prompted the lecturers of Jambu to revert to traditional methods by building a bamboo bridge across the Trista River. The lecturers of Jambu could not wait for army or government agencies as their previous bridge was washed away. Within 3 days, they constructed Ru Bamboo Song Bridge in Lecture. This engineering feat highlights the importance of traditional practices. It featured 2 parallel chains called Somyan, tied to the trees on either side to keep the bridge suspended. The Ru Song also includes swinging cane loops called Ahu. Bamboos known as Songur form the bridge deck. This is the bridge. This is a bridge in Sankalang, Jongo, North Sikkim, now Mangan district. Actually, 2 bridges, 2 bamboo bridges were constructed. I have the photo of one. And this is the Bailey Bridge, which was constructed after this bamboo bridge was constructed. But this was again damaged, and again people had to go back and use the bamboo bridge. Earthquake-resistant home. In addition to vernacular architecture, a lecture house, also called Dokimuli, is noteworthy. Sikkim has seen 2 major earthquakes: the February 14, 2006 quake with magnitude of 5.3 and September 18, 2011 quake with magnitude of 6.9. This earthquake caused numerous fatalities and significant damage to Sikkim's infrastructure, including houses, roads, schools, and hospitals. Surprisingly, in both the cases, traditional house built with locally available materials such as stone, mud, timber, and bamboo perform better than modern concrete RCC structures. And there were other articles that not only lecture traditional houses, but even Nepali traditional houses have withstood this earthquake. Our traditional lecture house is known as Dokimuli. Doki means sit on top and Li means a house. The lecture house is built using huge flat stone on which pillars are erected, then the house is built atop. The whole structure is built usually only using an axe to cut the trees and shape the wood. No nails are used to join the wooden panels and pillars, rather all pieces are put together. Historically, people sought locations abundant with large stones and trees. The foundation known as Tadenlong supports the wooden Tadongpo pillars, elevating the structures and providing protection from wild animals. This also allowed them to keep domestic animals nearby. The number of pillars typically ranges from 8 to 18, though this can vary for a place with lots of huge stones and trees. This is a Lepcha traditional house. You can see the pillar and the stone. And this is the center pillar is the main pillar called Pratampu. Then Taisonoleia maxima known as broomgrass. Broomgrass, locally called amriso or pushor in Lepcha. Amriso, Nepali calls amriso or pushor in Lepcha, possesses natural biochemical and bioengineering properties. Its dense fibrous roots have been scientifically demonstrated to increase root shear strength by establishing slopes and greatly lowering landslide risks in the Himalayan region. It is cultivated specifically to prevent landslides. In Sikkim and the hills of North Bengal, people grow broomgrass or brooms and fodder. Not only Sikkim and North Bengal, but Nepal, Bhutan, and northeastern states also. Scientific studies have confirmed that this practice helps prevent landslides, and these findings were officially patented last year. This is the plant that we all have seen. This is my conclusion and observation. People use traditional knowledge when poorly constructed infrastructure fails. There is need to revive the traditional knowledge. Traditional knowledge gets attention when other means fail in case of bamboo bridge. Active engagement with local communities can enhance disaster resilience and adaptive capacity. Traditional knowledge need to be included in formal policy frameworks. The government must recognize, protect, and incorporate this traditional wisdom into broader environmental and disaster management strategies. Research finding must be applied in practical settings. Additional research is needed to validate and adapt traditional indigenous knowledge for real-world use. Documentation must be done to ensure knowledge is preserved. The government must allocate a budget for the study. Next, indigenous structures must incorporate modern engineering principles to reduce rates. Combining modern technology with traditional indigenous knowledge can enhance our disaster preparedness. Traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge should be shared across communities, states, and beyond. Recognition needs to be given to people, researchers, and any community engaged in research, as well as to those who hold such knowledge. The history of disasters need to be recorded and studied. We know our region, land, and types of natural disasters that have occurred. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sticking to the time. So, any questions? Judges? Anything? Any question you want to ask?
Good afternoon, Dr. Edmund. Very good presentation. Just one clarification I want to get from you. You have mentioned about earthquake-resistant houses, and you said that you're going to, to present it in your slide, but that wasn't visible. Okay, so if you can kindly show, okay, because you were mentioning while you are presenting that these are the pictures, okay, of these earthquake-resistant houses. Broom grass was cultivated, so but those were not shared in your screen. If you can kindly share those on the screen, maybe it will benefit every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. I have already shared PPT. And my laptop was not supporting Zoom, so I had to. I'm attending meeting by using my mobile phone, so maybe that is the problem. But I have shared the PPT with the organizers last night.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much. So, we have the next presenter. Asha, by any chance, Mr. Anugraha Pandey Lepcha is there? If he's not there, then shall we start with the next presentation? So we have the next presentation, Mr. Joseph Remey. Are you there? Mr. Joseph Remey, are you there online? Mr. Joseph, are you there, sir? You are not audible. You are not audible, sir. Excuse me, Mr. Joseph, I think you are not audible, sir. Hello. Mr. Joseph, are you there?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you're audible now.
I'm audible, right?
Yes, yes, yes. You can start, sir.
I think, is my voice echoing?
Yes, yes. You can mute your laptop. I think both the connections cannot be done at the same time. That's why the sound is echoing.
Yeah, I will look out the other one. Okay. I think it's okay now.
Yeah. Sorry, sir. You can continue, sir. 10 minutes, sir. 8 minutes for presentation. 2 minutes for discussion.
Okay. So actually, I have made a PPT, sent it to the community, to the committee. I'm using my phone now, so I'm not accessible to my PPT. But can I just start without using PPT?
Yes.
If the committee can share, please share it. Otherwise, I can just start.
No, you can start, sir. Your PPT already is there with us. Hello, sir. Your PPT is there.
Yeah, can you share the PPT?
Yeah. We have already started your PPT. Yeah, you can start, sir.
Okay. I'm not able to see the PPT. So anyway, the paper that I'm going to present is on the intersection of traditional governance and contemporary challenges. I'm going to contextualize this in the context of the Pai system of the Romai Indigenous tribe. So if we can move the PPT, next. Next page. Okay, so the Romai is a tribe mostly inhabited in the state of Manipur and mostly in the district of Tamenglong. And the Romai are also settled in the states of Assam and Nagaland as well. So the Romai are intricately woven into the fabric of village life, where its settlement stayed as a self-governing entity, rich in political, social, economic and cultural nuances defined by distinct and sacred territorial boundaries. So every village of Romai, you will have certain distinct territorial boundaries and cultural practices. And there is an independence of its Roma village, highlights, certain diversity of their social structures, creating a mosaic of traditional and lifestyles. You can move next. So traditional governance in Roma village revolve around a council, village council, no, the previous page, the previous one. Around a council known as PAI. PAI is the traditional council of the Roma. It is called PAI, with a Nampao. Nampao is like the village chief. And the land management or any resource management is the cornerstone of village life of the Roma, and it is governed by time-honored laws passed down through generations to generations. And there is a village prioritized effective governance through a council that is PAI, led by village chief, that is Nampao, and supported by elders. So in a village of a Roma, you suppose there is 5 clans, and from one clan there will be the Nampao. Nampao is the village chief, and the representative of elders from different clans who form the PAI, who are part of the council member. So every clan has a representative in this PAI council, village council. So what I intend to explore in this paper is about these Roma indigenous tribal governance systems, and focus on the PAI and the traditional land governance practices. Also critically examine the sustainability of this practice, also certain strategy for mitigations in contemporary times, and discuss certain emerging challenges faced by this traditional land governance. Next page. So, the governance of PAI and traditional land management systems. So, land ownership in Roma community is delineated into 3 distinct categories. We have this Nampao, Rampao, and Laupao. Nampao is the village chief, and Rampao is, for example, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Okay, I was talking about this Nampao, Rampao, and Laupao. Nampao is the village chief. It's a, the village chief is not appointed or elected, it's a hereditary. The youngest son of the village chief will inherit as Nampao. Rampao is someone who, owns certain plot of land. Like I do June cultivation in certain plot of land, then I'll be called as Rampao, but I don't have the full ownership of that land. I'm just the owners of that land to cultivate June. So that is called Rampao. And also Laupao are, an individual who owns certain, plot of land from time to time. Suppose, certain vegetables, to grow vegetable, we move, from place to place, and I have certain plot of land where I cultivate vegetables. So those are called as Laupao. So these are the 3 distinct categories in regards to land ownership. So this concept of Nampao is deeply embedded in the social and cultural fabric of the village, representing an essential figure of authority and governance. So whenever it has to do with any governance of land in the Roma community, Nampao has the say and has the right to decide how much of land or where the land should be, so on and so forth. So Nampao serves as a critical linchpin around which the community's social political dynamics revolve. Okay, you can move to the next slide. So if we locate the traditional governance of PAI, the village council known as PAI constitute the primary decision making authority and central government's entity within the village. So the PI functions as a judicial apparatus within the village, representing a governance framework that diverges from conventional democratic models. So there are bases of membership and compositions. I don't think I'll have time to go into the details, but as I mentioned earlier, it's representative of various clans and elders from the village, and there is a right of hereditary. The youngest son will inherit as Nampao, that is the village chief, and they have the power and function, the executive, legislative, judicial. PI also considered as a village court. So whenever there is a case of any conflict or any problems in the village, it is resolved in this PI. And they make laws in regards to, say, June cultivations, in regards to well-being of the village, so on and so forth. So they have this executive, legislative, and judicial power. And it is operated under unwritten customary law. Till now, the laws are not being codified. It is unwritten. It is based on oral. And the chief, that is the Nampao, serves as the supreme judge in both any civil or criminal matters, ensuring that legal proceeding aligns with traditional practices. So the whole idea, we can move to the next slide. The whole idea about the intersections of the state framework and the traditional governance is in regards to these three regulations or act passed in the state of Manipur. So we have the Manipur State Hills People Administration Regulation of 1947 and the Manipur Village Authority in Hill Area Acts of 1956, the Manipur Hill Area District Council Act of 1971 and the Manipur Legislative Assembly Hill Area Committee Order 1971. I'll not have time to go into details, but what I want to point out here is that especially the second one, that is the Manipur Village Authority, in Hill Area Act 1956. According to this act, the villages need to set up what they call it a village authority, and this village authority are basically, a state unit under the government of Manipur. So we have, to become the chairman of the village authority, there is an election, and also members are being elected, so on and so forth. What happened is that, Manipur being one of the states where there is a lot of conflict, post pre-decentralizations of certain government schemes and government programs, nobody wants to become the chairman of this village authority because there is a lot of problems with the insurgency groups, because insurgency groups will come to the village and they will ask for village chairman, and also same with the army. Whenever they come to the village, it is the responsibility of this village authority chairman to look after the welfare of the insurgency group at the same time of Indian Army. So the post of this chairman, nobody wants to be post because there is a lot of responsibility, and also sometimes they were beaten and taken to the army came for interrogation, so on and so forth. So nobody wants to be part of this village authority. But after decentralizations of the INREGA and the National Rural Health Mission, the chairman of this village authority become the ex officio members, and now he has lots of power in terms of signing accounts of lakhs and lakhs of rupees. So from pre-decentralization, where nobody wants to be the village chairman, now post a decentralization of certain government-sponsored programs, everyone is fighting to become, the village chairman because they have this signatory power of certain kind of, development funds. In that way, there was lots of problems, conflicts arising within the clans to be the, to be the chairman of the village authority. In that way, there was created tension and contestation between the state unit of village authority and the traditional pai. Now, what this looks like is that the traditional pai, traditionally they have lots of power in deciding about development affairs and social life of the village. Now it is more by the village authority, which is the state unit after the 1956 Village Authority Acts in the hill area. So in that context, there have been lots of conflict, even within the clans, between the brothers, who wants to be the village chairman, who claim that they are entitled to be, to be a chairman of the village authority. So in that context, there is a diminishing of powers of the traditional governance of pai and more in the context of the state unit of the village authority. So my can move to the next slide. My conclusion is that the traditional governance of the pai faces significant challenges in light of modern development paradigms and state policies, mostly with the coming of the railway line in Manipur, and also with certain development programs. There has been lots of contestations and conflict with the village, especially with the village authority, where it has overlooked the traditional governance system of pai. And traditional governance structure with their foundation in communal values and custom are increasingly at odds with the modern state legal framework. So anything to do with development or land or or resources, now it is the village authority who basically look after all this governance structure with the coming and also the fundamental concern revolves around this state imposed conception of development, like infrastructure, so on and so forth, road, railways, which necessitates critical examinations and contextualizations or critical examination, recontextualization beyond this Western colonial framework of development, and also the introduction of state-imposed policy without enacting certain traditional policies and laws has created lots of problems to the traditional governance systems in the context of the Rongmai in the state of Manipur, and the state failure to recognize and engage with traditional governance has led to increased conflict and misgovernance, particularly within the tribal context. Certain examples are there recently where there has been lots of disputes between two villages regarding land, territory, and the village borders, so on and so forth. So we can see that there has been increasing numbers of conflict in regards to land, territory, borders, among the Romans in various villages. And I also want to talk about some of the theoretical, debates. Something on engaged governance, where we talk about the state. Hello.
Sir, yeah, you can stop. Sir, time is exceeded. It is around 15 minutes.
I'm just concluding. So this idea of engaged governance, is where we talk about a system that is essentially where the voices and particular participation of tribal peoples are prioritized. So such framework like engaged governance, talk about that it should not be imposed but rather cultivated within mutual and recognize tribal community as equals capable of self-governance and fostering non-antagonistic relationship within the state. So in this model, shared responsibility, equitable partnership, and appreciations for the indigenous governance methods are crucial. So this will not only support political stability but also improve outcomes for development that resonate with the cultural and environmental realities of the tribal community. So to end my presentations, so the challenges lies in crafting policy that genuinely incorporate the knowledge and practices of the indigenous people, ensuring that their traditional governance system play a pivotal role in shaping sustainable development pathway. So that's the end of my presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Our judges, any question? Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Now we move on to the next presenter. Snigdhananjali Kalita and Dr. Pratiti Burman. Are you there online?
Yes, sir.
Are you there online? Miss Snigdhananjali Kalita.
Yes, sir.
You are there?
Yes, sir. I am Ecological.
Okay, you can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am audible, sir.
Yes, you are audible. Would you like to share your screen or we present it from our side?
Kindly share the PPT, sir.
Okay, we'll run the PPT now. Ma'am, can you see your presentation? Hello, Miss. Ma'am, are you there?
Hello.
Yeah, can you see the screen? Hello, ma'am, can you see the screen?
Hello.
Hello, yeah. Are we audible to you?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, you can start.
Good afternoon to all. I am Snigdhanjali Kalita, the research scholar from Assam Downtown University. The title of my topic is the socio-cultural embeddedness of rural women in socio-economic development, a study of missing community in Assam. Introduction. Rural women play a vital role in agricultural, family welfare and community life in rural India. Indigenous or tribal societies reflect distinct socio-cultural frameworks and differ from mainstream rural settings. The missing community of Assam offers a unique case where women ensure both economic support and cultural continuity. Their participation shows how local traditions affect women empowerment. Next. Missing community of Assam. The missing tribe is the second largest tribe of Assam. It is culturally rich and ecologically adaptive. Their livelihoods and social organizations are closely tied to the Brahmaputra Valley. Missing women manage farming, household duties, and cultural roles, but their independence is limited by family customs and social rules. The study shows how socio-cultural embeddedness and can both restrict and empower women. Next. Objective of the study: to examine the socio-cultural norms, kinship system, and customary of mission women in rural village of Assam. To explore the missing women, negotiate limitations to actively participated in economic, social and development activities. Methodology. The study flows a qualitative research design focusing on life experience and social dynamics. Study area: two missing places, one in Hamadi district and another in Majuli district of Assam. Sampling places selected purposefully to capture the variations in infrastructure, assets, and social connectedness. Sorry. Data collection method. In-depth interviews with women and community members, focus group discussion to capture collective views, participant observation of daily household, agricultural, ritual and cooperative labor practices. Discussion. Gender, culture and social structure. Missing women life are deeply embedded in kinship, cultural and moral framework in their community. Customary norms and village authority set appropriate gender behavior and social rules. This system not only maintains order and culture but also keeps gender inequality in place. Decision making, property rights and mobility remain consistent by male-dominated kinship system. Next, please. Agencies and collective empowerment. Missing women actively engage with traditions, finding ways to work within existing social limits. Kinship and traditional networks, though reciprocative, also serve as spaces for cooperation and solidarity. Women have formed self-help groups, weaving cooperatives and savings collectives. These platforms promote economic independence, peer learning and collective decision making. By bridging customary system and development programs, women expand their agency and participation in rural transformations. Next. The findings are two major thematic clusters. On stage from socio-cultural embeddedness, resources from embedded networks and collective action. Kinship, lineage and gender inheritance. Missing society is patrilineal. Land and property are inherited through male lines. Women perform major farm labor, yet lack land ownership and credit access. Mobility and ritual practice participations are regulated by norms of purity and property. Ritual authority remain male-dominated, mediated through kin and peace. Role expectations and time burden. Women balance domestic chores, agriculture, weaving and livestock care, creating a double burden. Limited time flexibility reduce opportunities for independent venture or community leadership. Norms of difference in decision making. Village councils and welfare bodies are dominated by men. Women's voices are often indirect. Decisions on crop choice, credit or migration rates mainly with households or adults. Women's labor and saving contribute to household, but access the control and decision power remain limited. Next is cooperative labor and mutual help. Work parties for transplanting, harvesting, fish dyeing, or weaving create support networks and enable women to share labor, manage time, and sustain livelihoods on small plots. Ritual and festivals spaces as women's domain. Rituals like Adeelina involve women in organizing, weaving, and hosting. Festivals serve as platform for funding, raising awareness, and collaborations. Informal saving and self-help initiative. Women form rotating saving groups, operate through trust, support, and mutual monitoring, not formal conflict. Moral authority and care networks increases the women draw on reciprocal kin and village support. Strengthen the women's moral authority as caretaker and community anchor. Conclusion. Dual nature of women embeddedness. The study reveals a dual reality of missing women. Cultural acts as both constraint and resources. Customary norms and kinship restrict mobility, asset control, and decision making. Yet the same social structure offers support networks, trust, and culturally rotated spaces for agency. Empowerment among missing women in a process of adaptation, not rebellion. Towards inclusive and culturally rotated development effort must recognize both limits and potentials within cultural system. Existing kinship and collective practice already serve as foundations for women's strength. True empowerment means working through culture, enabling women to grow and lead without improving identity. Thus, the missing tribes of Assam gradually adapt to the changes of the modern world. While keeping their traditions alive, they are accepting new ideas through the education, technology, and diverse jobs. Younger generations are exploring the opportunities beyond villages, yet continue to value their cultural roots. This shows how the missing balance traditions with modern life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Judges, any questions? Any question? Thank you, ma'am, very much. So we'll move on to the next presenter, Mr. Gautam Makwana. Makwana, are you there?
Hello. Yes, sir. Yes, I am here. Okay. I have been waiting since 9 o'clock. Okay. So, is my slide visible?
Yeah, just a minute. We are presenting your slide.
Yeah. Okay. So this is Gautam Makwana from the Department of Social Work from the Mizoram University, and I am a social scientist at the Gujarat Ayurvedic University in Jamnagar, in cities, Gujarat.
Just a minute. Sir, just a minute. We're just displaying your presentation. Just a minute. Just a minute, sir. You're fixing it. Yes, sir. You can start.
Hello. Sorry for the interruption. This is Gautam Makwana from the Mysore University, ISOL, and I am a social scientist at the Gujarat Ayurvedic University, Jamnagar in Gujarat. And this is the paper myself, Gautam Makwana, and my co-author, Professor H. Elizabeth Madam, Professor in Social Work. So this is the title, Methodological Pluralism in Practice, Integrating Indigenous Knowledge and Western Science for Sustainable Environmental Solution through Social Work and Sociological Perspective. So let's go directly with the abstract because we have given only 10 minutes. Okay, so this is the abstract. So methodological pluralism in practice, integrating indigenous knowledge and Western science. So the background of the paper is contemporary environmental challenges demand interdisciplinary solutions that bridge scientific rigor and community-based wisdom. Conventional approaches often marginalized indigenous knowledge system, limiting the effectiveness and sustainability of intervention. So objective of the paper is that this study explored how methodological pluralism, the deliberate integration of indigenous knowledge system and Western science can be operationalized through a complementary lenses of social work and sociology to foster sustainable environment solution. So this is the methodology, a comparative qualitative synthesis of empirical case studies. Number 20 was conducted analyzing collaborative environmental project across diverse ecological context. So what are the key findings? Successful integration is characterized by community-led participatory engagement and knowledge co-creation, policy and governance reform, and institutionalizing indigenous authority. Third is education initiative that blend knowledge system. Fourth is strong ethical framework like care principles, ensuring data sovereignty and benefit sharing. So the conclusion is that the grounded in social work, rational ethics and sociology structure critique, methodological pluralism offers a transformative pathway for decolonizing environmental research and governance, leading to more just, equitable and sustainable outcomes. And this is here with implication and the conclusions. We see with like a synergetic approach, the integration of the indigenous knowledge and Western science through methodological pluralism provides a powerful synergistic framework for tackling complex environmental crises. So it's like a disciplinary value also with the based on the social work and sociology, core requirement for success with like ethical, rational and structural commitment. And the final takeaway with by uniting this perspective, we can move beyond tokenist inclusion toward truly decolonized environmental research and governance, paving the way for more just, equitable and sustainable future. So this is end from my slide. Thank you very much for giving a bright chance to present my paper with your international seminar. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gautam. So before we conclude these sessions, I want the students, if there is any key takeaway you want to say.
afternoon, respected panel judges and everyone present here today. My name is Shafin Lindo from the Department of Social Work, 5th semester. For today's takeaway, I will begin with the presentation by Ridhima Pandey. In his presentation, he says that indigenous practice in Lapchan, which is in Sikkim, are rooted in agriculture and helps prevent landslides. He highlights that in 2020, flash floods showed the value of traditional knowledge in disaster resilience. Bamboo bridges and earthquake-resistant houses made of stone, mud, and wood reflect sustainable local wisdom. Broom grass is used to stabilize slopes and prevent erosion. Documentation of indigenous knowledge is essential for future generations. According to the presentation given by Mr. Joseph Rangmei, Mr. Joseph Rangmei spoke on the Rangmei tribe of Manipur practices traditional governance through the Pei, which is a village council that serves as the main decision-making and judicial body. Land management is central to village life, with ownership divided into Namvok, Ramvok, and Lepao categories passes down through generations. The Pei oversees village development, justice, and community welfare, ensuring social harmony. However, the traditional Pei system faces challenges from modern governance structures, development, and policies, and changing social dynamics. Balancing traditional authority with contemporary governance remains crucial and preserving cultural identity and effective community leadership. According to the presentation given by Ma'am Sunita Joy Kalita, the main takeaways that we came from this presentation is that in Mission community of Assam, women play a vital role in agriculture, family welfare, and community life, despite social restrictions. The study conducted in Dhamiji and Majuli district highlights shows women contribute significantly through self-help groups and informal saving initiatives. Minching society is patrilineal, with men-dominated village councils and decision-making on matters like crops, credit, and migration. Women exercise moral authority and care network, reflecting their embodiedness in social and economic development. Empowering social women through greater participation and decision-making power is essential for inclusive community progress. And according to the presentation given by Sir Gautam Makwana and Professor H. Elizabeth, he highlights on the methodology, he talks about the methodology pluralism in practice, indigenous knowledge, and Western science from sustainable environment solution through social work and sociological perspectives. He highlights the importance of both departments in the sustainability of the environment and through the contributions of these two practices, which can help in the sustainable of the environment and the use of these knowledge for the development and for the sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, students, for synthesizing this event. So before I conclude, I thank all the presenters. Thank you very much, and thank you for enlightening us for your research work. All the best. So I also like to thank my judges, Dr. Jacinta, Dr. Eros, and also our rapporteur here. We have got here two rapporteurs. So thank you very much. So with this, actually, I end up this conclude this session, technical session 1 for day 1. But before we end, I like the students, please come forward. So we like to felicitate our excellent judge. Please felicitate Dr. Jacinta ma'am. Thank you.
Check. A very good afternoon to everyone gathered here, our respected principal, Brother Sunil Burto, our chief guest, faculty members, distinguished guests, our dear students and all participants of today's international seminar. It gives me immense joy and honor to welcome you all to the cultural program of the International Seminar on Indigenous Science Development, Intersecting Traditional Ecological Knowledge, Scientific Inquiry, and Socio-Cultural Practices. Today's seminar has brought together some of the finest minds and voices to reflect on how science, culture, and tradition come together in shaping our understanding of the world. And now, as part of this event, we'll celebrate the living expression of that knowledge through art, music, and dance. Before we begin the performance, it is my great privilege to extend a warm welcome to our principal and all respected members of the faculty for their continued support and encouragement. Your guidance has been the foundation of our institution's growth and achievements. We are also deeply honored to have with us Shri P.K. Boro, CEO of Shillong Municipal Board, whose work has greatly contributed to the development and sustainability of our city. Sir, we are truly grateful for your presence today. May I now invite you to come forward and be facilitated by the principal as a token of our appreciation and respect. Thank you so much, sir. We are honored by your presence. And now, as we move forward, we celebrate the heart of this seminar, the living rhythm of indigenous knowledge expressed through our traditional art forms. So sit back, relax, and allow yourself to travel through the hills and valleys of Meghalaya as we witness the rich cultural diversity of our land. To start off, we come home to the graceful hills of the Khasis. Our first performance is the Shad Masti, a dance that beautifully expresses the spirit, strength, and elegance of the Khasi people. Performed by Mr. Albis Carcentio and his team, the Shad Masti is more than just a dance. It's a celebration of community, balance, and connection. The rhythm of the drums and the tune of the tamburi come together to remind us that tradition lives on through every step. Let's welcome Mr. Albis Carcentio and team as they take us into the rhythm of the Shad Masti.
That was truly mesmerizing. Every moment so graceful and full of meaning. Thank you to the team for that beautiful performance that captured the very essence of the Khasi tradition. Once again, let's give them a warm round of applause. Now, I kindly request our guest, Shri P.K. Boro, to share a few words and share his thoughts with us.
Good afternoon, each and everyone. I think it's after 2:30. I think everyone is tired. Respected principal from the St. Edmund's College, faculty members, professors, assistant professors, my dear students. Today I feel very privileged to be here with you in this cultural event, but I have seen the topic is international seminar. I do believe, I do hope the students today who are going to participate in this cultural event, they will be able to mesmerize all the audience who are present here today. I'll be very brief in my speech since I am from Shillong Municipal Board. I'll speak a little bit about Shillong Municipal Board, how we have got relation, how we have built up relation with St. Edmund College to maintain the cleanliness, and the cleanliness that we are maintaining, how to sustain it in future. Most of the students who are pursuing here, they are very privileged. It is a premier college. We have heard, we have seen, we have observed, it is very popular. Our forefathers, and even till today, they used to say, Shillong is or was one of the cleanest city in India. But why it went down? Why lots of complaint today? Shillong is very dirty. Now everyone is telling Shillong is very dirty. That's why this is the thought today or question mark for you all. Why it is happening? Why it is happening? Why it is so? Maybe there is some gap. There is maybe some gap. That gap we could not, or we are not able to fill up. That's why when I joined as a CEO, I started telling my colleague, just recently your principal has spoken to Komporbi. She is very active now. She told me I was very happy that principal even knows Komporbi. I called all the subordinate officers to my chamber. See, every day in the paper, they are talking about cleanliness, drains in city. What should you do? Do you think municipal alone can do it? Can we do alone as a family, as a father or as a mother, can you do something at home? If there is no team, no? If there is unity, even in the family, even in the school, even in the office, if there is no teamwork, there is no unity, nothing is possible. That's why I told them, let us have stakeholders meetings with all the headmen, Rongwasong, school, colleges. Let us spread the message to all the stakeholders, how to proceed, how to make Shillong very clean city. It is 2 years now we have started. I have seen some improvement, but not up to the mark. As per my observation, till now I am not happy. It is not up to the mark. I have started 3 batches, 8 hours, 24 into 7. If you go to police bazaar anywhere, you will see my people still cleaning the road, but still I am not happy. Why I am not happy? we must involve all. We are responsible to keep our house, to streets, anywhere clean. The concept, the mindset at present, we always think that it is the duty of Shillong Municipal Board. If you think in that way, even 10 years, 20 years to come, we won't be able to clean the Shillong city. That's why now, my dear students, you know, if you start doing segregation at source, from your home, from schools, if you start doing, if you disseminate this information, it will multiply and it will become a legacy. It will become a legacy. Everyone will come to know. If you go to Singapore, recently I have come from Japan, only 10 days or 12 days back. Every citizen, whether it is in city, shops, anywhere, they know where to throw the garbage. We have to run after the dustbin. The moment you commit mistake by throwing any small garbage, you will be punished. That responsibility, it must be in our mind. Then only one day we will be able to make our home, our city, my city, one of the cleanest city in India and Asia. This is my request, appeal to all my dear students, because you are the main stakeholders to make it happen. I think that's all from my side. Even I think I have seen, recently I have sent my staff to grade the school and colleges. I think St. Edmund's, if I'm not mistaken, they are getting number 1. I think they are getting number 1 in cleanliness. Thank you. I want cooperation from schools, especially from St. Edmund's College, so that we can sustain that cleanliness that we have started, that Shillong Municipal has started. Let us sustain it to make it happen in newer vision. Thank you. With these few words, now I would like to play one music. I am not good in music. Without that music, I think this cultural program will not be a complete one. Please forgive. I'll try my level best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words on the importance of unity and teamwork, and to take up our responsibility for cleanliness and overall development of our land. And of course, for your beautiful and wonderful performance. Up next, we will travel to the lively land of the Garo Hills, where rhythm and life move in perfect harmony. Our second performance, the Wangala dance, presented by Mr. Gladborn Momin and his amazing team, is the biggest festival of Garos, synchronizing with the end of June cultivation, which lasts for several days. This is also a festival of dance, of joy and thanksgiving to God. On this festival, young boys and damsels wear a new look. The occasion is initiated
initiated right in the field by a simple but impressive ceremony known as Rugala Rugala, is then followed by the ceremony of incense burning known as Sasat Soa. This is performed inside the house of the chief or the Nokma of the village. The chief, amidst of burning incense, beating of drums, and the chanting of people, utter a few words of incantation and pour rice beer and sprinkles rice powder over a collection of Jhum cultivation products which are offered to the gods. This immediately followed by drinking, dancing, and merrymaking. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gladborn Moman and team with the energetic Wakala dance. Wow, that was absolutely incredible. The energy, the rhythm, and the spirit of the dance, it really brings out the heart of the Garo culture. Thank you so much, Mr. Gladborn Momin and team for opening our program with such a vibrant performance. Let's give them another round of applause. And now, to conclude our program, we bring you a captivating glimpse of the Jantia Hills, a land rich in tradition where dance and music are part of every celebration. Our final performance is the Shat Bet Simbai, also presented by Mr. Albus Carcentio and his team. This traditional Jantia dance is known for its colorful attire and rhythmic elegance. It reflects the Jantia people's deep respect for community values, for unity, and for the harmony between humans and nature. As you watch the performance, take a moment to reflect on how these dances connect us to our ancestors, how every movement tells a story of faith, resilience, and pride. Let's put our hands together to welcome the performers of Shat Bet Simbai. powerful way to end our cultural journey. The beauty of the Jantia dance lies not only in the movements, but in the spirit it carries. A spirit that connects past and present, people and nature, rhythm and silence. Thank you once again to Mr. Albus Carcentio and his wonderful team for that program. You know, watching these programs really makes you feel how closely connected we are with nature and community. Every step, every movement, every drum beat tells a story, one that does not need any translation. And with that, we come to the end of our cultural program. Through these performances, we've witnessed how Indigenous art is not just an entertainment, it's knowledge in motion passed down from generation to generation. On behalf of the Department of Social Work and Department of Environmental Science, we'd like to thank the Directorate of Arts and Culture, Government of Meghalaya, for making this cultural showcase possible. A heartfelt thank you also to our respected principal, our chief guest, of course, our conveners, Ms. Audrey Dolling and Ms. Di Hongwe, and the faculty members, performers, and students who made today such a success. Thank you all for being such a wonderful audience. Let's continue to celebrate and protect the beauty of our Indigenous roots in our art, our science, and our daily lives. Kamay kari bat karukom imjini, let's always cherish them. Have a lovely evening, everyone. Kublai Shibun, Kublai Chibun, Mitala, and thank you. May we all kindly stand up for the college anthem.